Okay. Good morning. This is Thursday, December the 12th. This is Richland County Board of Commissioners. Commissioners Banks, Vero, and Mears are here. Stacy Kroll, our clerk, Andrew Keller, our administrator. And online, we have Carl Hunnell from the Richland Source. And gentlemen, let's start with other. And we have certification. Can we get certification of the record of proceeding first for December 9th, and we'll do them at the same time?
I have a correction for ninth, a couple things. The very beginning of the tape, 0.10.38, where it says there's still sales tax backfill from the holiday. I think we need to clarify that and put sales tax holiday in August because people might see December and think
Yeah.
Christmas.
Good idea.
It also says Commissioner Vero, December sales tax. I think it should read Commissioner Vero said December sales tax receipts were better than the state average. So those would be my amendments.
And
And December 10th would be as is.
Okay, second. on both of those.
Commissioner Banks,
yes,
Commissioner Vero,
Yes.
Commissioner Mears,
and can we approve the weekly additional appropriations request?
Just with a note, I also have another note, similar to the sheriff's on Tuesday. If you look at the Dayspring, letter to us on the, appropriation requests, they're mentioning that they would like to certify and to fund 803, but then they're requesting the appropriation of the $1,200 to the Dayspring 511 fund. That the appropriation where it shows the actual numbers is correct, but it looks like they just copied it. So if you guys look, there's 803, but then they have 511. So I'll make a amended motion that it read the Dayspring 803 fund.
Okay, second.
Commissioner Banks,
Yes,
Vero,
Yes.
Commissioner Mears,
okay, and can we authorize the advertising for Base Road Bridge Replacement Project?
So moved.
Second?
Commissioner Banks.
Yes.
Commissioner Vero,
Yes.
Mears,
Okay, can we approve the utility permit application from Charter Spectrum for installation of new fiber between State Route 61 and the Shelby corporate limit?
So moved.
Second?
Commissioner Banks,
Yes.
Vero,
Yes.
Commissioner Mears,
Yes.
And we have, can we approve other utility permit application from Frontier Communications for installing of new fiber on Northern Orange Road?
So moved.
Second?
That is in Sandusky Township. Although,
Okay, it's North Warning Road, I guess.
Commissioner Banks,
yes.
Commissioner Vero,
Yes.
Mears,
Okay. And can we approve building department service agreement with the city of Gallia?
So moved.
Second, I see that the law director is still the same law director.
Commissioner Banks,
Yes.
Commissioner Vero,
Yes.
Commissioner Mears,
Okay. Yes, any other?
Board appointments?
Appointment?
Tony has them, there's.
I have them all ready to go. but
Okay.
For the chair. So we have, as you know, we appoint to many boards here in the county. We have some end of year appointments to look at heading into next year. So I'll go over these and do this all in one motion. The first one would be appointing Michelle Snyder to another, well, this would be her first full term, excuse me. It's a 5-year term on the Law Library Resources Board. It would end on December 31st of 29. The next would be second terms for Regina Jefferson and Mike Ziegelhofer on the Developmental Disabilities Board, which is New Hope. Those would be 4-year terms ending December 31st of 2028. Then we have the Transportation Improvement District Board of Trustees. This board rarely meets, but we have appointments. These are 2-year terms that would end on April 18th of 26. That would be Joe DeCascetti, Pong Wu, Adam Go, former Mayor of Lexington, Brian White, and Mayor Jody Perry of Mansfield. And then last but not least, appoint Scott Hyman again to another term ending December 31st of 27. This is the second term as the chairman of the Transit Board. So those would be all my board appointments.
We'll second those.
Can I have your list?
It's on the spreadsheet on the shared drive. You can see it with the updated terms. Here you go. Now,
Commissioner Banks,
Yes.
Commissioner Vero,
yes.
Commissioner Mears.
Yes.
Okay, is there anything else? Carl, do you have any questions?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Well, it's 9:36 and we will stand in recess. And at 10 a.m., we will come back for a public hearing about the applying brine application from S&S as we've done the last several years.
All right.
Public hearing to see if anyone wants to talk about it.
about the decisions we've had to make on raises. Hell, Brandon Pig, my best friend, worked in the prosecutor's office. It's fantastic.
Okay, it's 10:01 and the commissioners are back in session. Can I get a motion to come out of our meeting and go into a public hearing to discuss SNS's Bryan application?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Banks?
Yes.
Commissioner Vero?
Yes.
Commissioner Mears?
Would you like to please introduce yourself?
Kent Ewers from Marzane, Rochelle and Sands. I'm filling in for Isaac Funk for down at Plant 14, Curtis.
And the request is for us to approve a salt brine application from oil and gas well extractions to private roads on similar surfaces within the property owned by SNS. And
This is an annual application and they have only used it to apply to the I forget what they're called, grit piles that the township picks up to put on the roads. They don't typically use it on their property for dust control, but that's the law that covers all of it, so they're covered if they're required to do this every year.
So it's put on the grid for the townships and the counties of local Ashland and Richland County.
so that the grit doesn't freeze together.
Yes, actually it helps for on a sunny day that helps penetrate because of the brown stone.
Since there's no one here, I guess nobody's objecting, right?
No, and Carl's not there.
Okay, so do we go back into regular session and we can vote? Okay, it's 10:03 and the public hearing is now closed. At 10:03, the Board of County Commissioners. And I get a motion to approve the agreement here to the application of salt brine from oil and gas well extraction to private roads or similar surfaces within the property owned by SNS Aggregates and True Grit Pile.
So move.
Second.
Commissioner Banks?
Yes.
Commissioner Vero?
Yes.
Commissioner Mears?
Yes.
Okay. It is 10:04. We stand adjourned and we will meet again at 10:30. And at that time, we'll have our department heads and have a meeting with them. Thank you very much. Hang on. It is 10:30 and we are here for our department heads meetings and Carl Hunnell has rejoined us. But Kelly, why don't you introduce yourself and then we'll come back to get the report, but just so everybody knows who's here.
Sure. Kelly Christensen, Director of Human Resources.
Good morning, Steve Risser, Director, Building Department.
Good morning, Michelle Miller, the Executive Director for Richland County's Youth and Family Council.
Lori Betson, Director, Richland County Job and Family Services.
Becca Owens, Richland County EMA Director. Matthew Houghton, the dog warden.
Michelle Swank, Executive Director of Dayspring, the county home.
Andrew's already been introduced.
Needs no introduction.
Nathan Miller, Director of Richland County Excellence.
Shannon Brock, Director of Richland County Child Support.
Okay, thank you. Gee whiz, let's start in the back a little bit. Janet, talk to us about your department.
We're doing pretty good. Our federal fiscal year goes through the end of September. And so we ended up collecting 11.5 million just in current child support for that federal fiscal year. So that was good. We were above the state standard and actually over the average, the state of many other counties. We're doing good there. It seems to be going pretty good. We're plugging along. It's kind of a rough season. We're wanting the child support or they're paying too much. So in these, weather like this, the bills go up, Christmas is coming around. So, but everybody seems to be doing pretty well. That's it for child support.
Okay, thank you.
I have a big announcement. We're no longer wastewater. We are water reclamation now. Ohio EPA changed our designation. So I've got to remember my new title of water reclamation operator now. So that's about as exciting as it gets out of wastewater. Crap everywhere. Mostly in the places it's supposed to be.
Thank you for clarifying that. Oh. Everywhere.
Today, right? Yes, there's a few four-letter words in my business that we don't like to talk about, and rain and snow are the top two. I want to say thank you to Daysprings for their assistance in helping us with some chemical problems we were having at the Dayspring plant. We are waiting for our final permit renewal. We're still very optimistic that it'll be a 5-year renewal. So that's exciting. Let's see. We awarded our District 5 Belleville wastewater treatment project contract to Driven Excavating. Things are still in the background, still going through. I'm hoping we get more into it after the first of the year when we have our pre-construction meeting. So that's huge excitement in my world. With that being said, that's about it. I mean, unless somebody has something they can think about that I don't remember.
Okay, thank you. Michelle.
Well, I don't know how I follow up crap everywhere, but holidays are in full swing out of Dayspring. On Saturday, we had our first breakfast with Santa since 2019. So it's been pretty exciting. We had it was mostly had kids that were related to the residents or the staff. They had a good time. Santa was there. We had Frosty there. Pretty good pancakes and sausage, decorations everywhere, and they had little crafts. And one of the crafts that we had was so they could write what they wanted Santa. And then they left them with us, and now we're making sure that they get distributed to the proper Santa. Tuesday night was also family night for the residents. They can invite however many family members they'd like for a small fee to help us cover the cost of the food. They got to eat with their family. We had turkey and ham and green bean casserole and potatoes and gravy and pie, of course. Had to have pie. So they very much enjoyed being able to do that again. Right now, one of the coldest days that we've had so far, Cornerstone Caregiving, which is a group that Erin, our Director of Collins, made contact with at the OAC meeting she attends. That is the Older Adult Consortium. She made contact with them, explained Dayspring, and they wanted to come out and decorate the outside of Dayspring. Their hope is eventually, after a number of years, that we will have so many lights, so many decorations, we will become a stop in the holiday season when people would like to come out and see really cool decorations. As you know, that have been at Dayspring, we've got a bit of property and quite the driveway to go around. So we're pretty excited and hopefully they don't freeze to death as they're decorating right now. Next year in 2025, will mark the 100th birthday of our main house. It is the third building that has stood on the property. The other two burned. This one is now 100. We're excited. And I would like to open up Dayspring to the public for tours. Historical tours of inside, and when the weather is decent, to the outside. We have a barn that's approaching 100 years old. We have other buildings that are the oldest county-owned building here. It's very exciting and it's very interesting for those that love history. So I'm hoping that the public will take advantage of this. We will set time aside each week to take them around and answer any questions they have.
Have you reached out to the local historic folk? They would eat that up and would probably assist with some events or guidance and historical research. I mean, this is right up their alley.
I have actually gone out to different tours that they have given so that I could open up the barn and open up buildings. But you are the first that gets to hear about.
Oh,
Well, as you should be,
okay. Well, as we get closer,
Alan.
loop them in. I think they have a new chair too.
Alan, not
I still think he's on it, but I think the new chair might be Daniel DeGrieve. He's a local engineer, came back. So area, he's
all
good.
right. I will be reaching out to him.
And he went to Notre Dame, so.
Oh, well, of course. Other than that, I will keep all the other secrets of Dayspring to myself.
Okay.
Well, you had Santa Claus, and when I worked at the Kerr Center, we had a daycare and they wanted a Santa Claus, and so they brought me the uniform and I went to put it on and the lady handed me a pillow and she says, I guess we don't need the pillow. So I didn't play Santa Claus again.
That's actually really great because I kind of struggled this year, so.
No. Done. My hopes have left.
Oh,
All humbug.
Since you brought that up, I'm Santa tonight for Mid-Ohio Mentoring at the Carousel.
there you go. Well, then this is easy.
His attitude towards Christmas is much better.
And I need less padding every year. Out.
Let's hear about the dog warden, from the dog warden.
Okay, so far this year, we have brought in 1,065 dogs. We've adopted out 555, 343 have been returned to owners and 28 were transferred to rescue. When I left, we had 102 in the building, which was actually a good number for us, and we've got 14 pending adoptions. So adoptions are up right now, which is also very nice. Some of the high points this year is we had fencing for our play yards installed. So we have an additional 2 play yards. So we've started doing play groups with the dogs, which helps some of our long-term dogs burn off the extra energy. It increases adaptability because people see them interacting with other dogs. We had our adoption rooms revamped courtesy of Reinhardt Injury Attorney and their staff. They covered the cost of it and the staff came out and did all the work for it. They put in a new vinyl flooring, they painted everything, they built benches for in there. It painted a mural, it looks really, really nice. We partnered with Down Dog Yoga and Lifestyle Studios. We go and take dogs there for yoga with dog classes. And then we get donations from them, they give us the funds for the class. So we do that with them. And then another big thing that we did, a group of volunteers started a 501c3. So with partnering with them, we were able to start partnering with another nonprofit called Four Leaf Rover. So it is a mobile spay neuter clinic. So we've started to partner with them where they will come out to our facility once a month. That will be covered by the nonprofit group to assist in getting our animals spayed and neutered before adoption. To date, we've done 7 so far, and we just started that in the end of November. And then we had, they were able to raise funds, so we were able to treat 3 heartworm positive dogs, which is not something that can typically happen in a county shelter. So we were able to raise the funds for that. Let's see what the other things. Are the public donated funds for new kennels that should be installed by the end of the year. So we have those for to replace existing kennels that we have. So they will be updated. And then we also partnered with the health department and they do a dog of the week run WMFD. So we do that, but that is what we're at right now. And then upcoming the Christmas Day, Phillips Animal Hospital will be providing Christmas dinner for the dogs. So the staff come out and they get chicken and beans and potatoes and you know, a little bit of pumpkin, not the pie, but a little bit of pumpkin.
That's the dog shit?
Yeah.
Wow. Sounds like Clifford the Big Red Dog should be entitled.
When they're coming out, you know, for them to come by and get a snack plate.
I need a doggy bag, right?
What about your sound barriers?
And, yeah, and you forgot about a potential project next year too.
Yeah.
Go, Melissa.
Well, I didn't, it's still potential. We had baffles installed through a grant and then also funds from the commissioners, a grant from BWC to reduce the noise in the kennels, which has actually helped. You can talk in there now without screaming, which is fantastic. And then also we are having an engineer come out to look at the possibility of having air conditioning installed in all of our dog kennels.
Okay.
So, yes, that would be,
That's a big deal.
that is a very big deal. Right now, we're using window units and they're not very efficient. And with the amount of dogs that we have, it gets really hot in there. So the hope is that that can be installed before we need to start using it.
The goal is to have it ready to go for the hot season of next year. We think the public will like that. And it'd be an excellent thing. And it wasn't, we hope it won't be as initially expensive as we thought, but we'll wait to see.
Yes, that is.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Rebecca.
Good morning. We have nothing going on.
So that's
That's not true.
what we heard.
For that, yeah.
Tornado sirens.
No events or, examples at the moment. So just a couple of things. For what it's worth, incarceration dates are set already for July 18th through 20. The Ohio Department of Education has reached out to us because they are conducting a statewide training on school bus safety that will be held at Mid-Ohio Conference Center. And they are wanting, obviously, for our community park safety service partners to participate in that and assist in probably an extraction using the jaws, the whole 9 yards. And as you're aware, this kind of is a priority now in their training regime because of the incident that happened on 77 last year. Even though that was a commercial vehicle, it still obviously involved the school district as well as the other fatality with county. So more to come on that. As far as the tornado sirens are concerned, the Marks upgrade is in process. Equipment has been ordered. I believe that's actually been received. They are testing consoles or programming consoles to test tones. And there will actually be a website tied to the sirens once this is amazing. And we will be able to monitor them remotely, even I think by our cell phones as well. So Mansfield City has received 1 bid from Vasu for their sirens. So we'll be getting 4 sirens sometime next year. And
They're gonna have to, they haven't awarded that yet, but they're gonna have to real soon because that's rescue plan money, right?
Yep.
Right.
We actually did it at the Board of Control on Tuesday, Tony.
Excellent.
Thank you,
welcome.
Carl.
Yep.
So, and some of you may have received a notice already this morning that the December test for the sirens, which is done every 4th Wednesday of the month,
Oh,
will be the 18th and not on Christmas.
probably a good decision.
Thought so. So RC Alerts, Everbridge, thank goodness, fingers crossed, working as it should, at least from our end, so that's been nice change. We conducted a full scale exercise back in September, which seems like forever ago, out at the grounds of Nancy and Ricky. Had over 50 community partners participate with us on that. That went very well, and we have checked all the boxes for our exercises for this 3-year period. So we're good until July 1st of next year. Tornadoes, this was as of the end of September, 71 tornadoes in 2024. So obviously that is quite the record for Ohio. And then just an update, warming centers have been open recently. This week they were open last night, they'll be tonight, and also tomorrow night. And I just had a report that they had 10 men and 3 women last night at Salvation Army. So those hours again are Salvation Army from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. And then the ARC Empowerment Center on Park Avenue West will be 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. My report.
Wanted to point out that once we get the conversion to Marks complete, we don't have to pay that transmitter fee anymore for the VHF. Save us some money.
Good. Okay, thank you, Rebecca. Lori.
Well, our work remains pretty static, so I don't have all of these exciting things to report out, but I just thought I would recap some of the things we've been working on over the past 2 years. And that is to finally try to bring our staffing levels up to an optimum level. We're still not quite there, but we are now fully staffed in our fiscal department, in our social service department, and in our employment and training department. We still have probably optimally maybe 3 to 4 caseworkers in our income maintenance, which is eligibility determination. So that feels wonderful. It has really relieved a lot of the pressure throughout the whole agency. So that's been huge for us. My goal in 2025 is to kind of reconfigure our training department. We did just recently lose a training officer. Just as we were bringing on 7 new employees, he decided to resign and leave the agency. So we have been utilizing our supervisors and some management staff to do that, and it's been working. I think sometimes it's better to have them with the supervisors actually doing the work, watching the other caseworkers do the actual interviews. And so we've doubled along with that. But in 2025, I'd like to be able to expand, rehire or replace that training officer and begin to look at training a little differently in our department. It's always been fairly focused on income maintenance, and I want it to be training for all departments throughout the agency, as well as to begin to expand our quality assurance and quality compliance so that we can start doing random sampling of our cases and making sure that our case managers are processing things appropriately, and then catch those things, and those become teachable moments as we see that something is not quite right in a case before the client is calling and saying, hey, I didn't get the right amount of benefits or whatever the case might be. So that is one of my goals for this coming year. The other thing is to just continue to look at efficiencies, and I've talked to the commissioners about this. There are so many technological advances out there, for lack of a better way to say it, but there are so many options for us, and I feel like as an agency, we are not really capitalizing on the functionality of that technology. And I can tell you, as an agency that's taking on average 8,000 calls in a month between the 2 buildings, the Ohio Means Job Center and our main building, as well as having over 3,000 people walking into both of the buildings, the Ohio Means Job Center and the main building. And then we have anywhere from 2,000 to 2,500 applications coming in by paper or electronically. Sometimes it becomes overwhelming and you think, how in the world do we even manage this work? The workers do. They just, every day, they come in and they do their jobs. The managers, the supervisors come in and they work. They process calls. So they're all continuing to work at it. And as overwhelming as it becomes sometimes, we just try to impress upon them, you're doing what you can do each day. We're managing it the best we can. But my job, my role is to figure out how we can become more efficient and how we can use the technology that's available to us to do that. We talked to the state just recently. We had an idea that maybe we could cut down on some of the duplicate calls that we're getting and some of the problems we're having with people missing appointments and having to reschedule. And then they're trying to call into the agents. They leave a message, we call them back, we leave a message. So we're going back and forth 4 and 5 times with each individual. So I looked at community actions process for people scheduling their own appointments. We've looked at a couple systems and now we've decided that we think, I've taxed my IT department and I'm taxing them quite a bit lately. I asked them to look at how we might use some apps that are available to do something similar, because the state has said, hey, this is something we might want to enhance our systems, our statewide systems, and do this for the whole state, because you can't be the only county having this problem. So the state is looking at that as an enhancement. So we're trying to figure out in our agency how we can do this in-house to kind of bridge that gap until the state determines if it's going to provide this system for us as a statewide system. So those are some of the things we're looking at in this next year. We, again, I can't say enough about my staff. As overwhelmed as we become, and we always get those calls that are the negative calls. Somebody didn't get their benefits when they thought they should, or why hasn't something been processed as quickly as it should have? But again, when I look at the numbers, I think sometimes I'm just quite frankly amazed that we can do as much as we can do, but we're going to continue to work at it and become more efficient. And on that note, I'll just say, we also manage 2.5, right now we're managing $2.5 million in TANF, temporary assistance to needy families contracts, and Title 20 contracts for specific services within the community. And the support, I do want to say this, and I mean this wholeheartedly. The support from the commissioners these past 2 years, as I've been in this position, has been tremendous. I wouldn't have been able to do this without your support. And Daryl has been responsive every time I've reached out to him. Kelly has been a tremendous help, and Andrew has been a tremendous help. So I thank you all for, this has been a privilege for me.
It's a privilege to work with all of you guys. Well, one guy, 2 guys and ladies. Thank you, Lori.
Yeah, Lori, we appreciate that and the work that you've been doing. And I went to, we all went to the county commissioners conference last week, and I attended Solutions for JFS. I heard a lot about the problems. I didn't hear no solutions. They were the problems they have all over the county, all over the state, are the same ones that you and I have talked about many times. And I was hoping to learn something, and I learned that it's happening in a lot of places. So, okay, thank you very much. Michelle.
Good morning. We continue to have lots of things going on at all times, never a dull moment around Youth and Family Council. We're currently serving 26 youth and families via service coordination. Those are the families that we have ongoing cases open with, family plans open with, and reaching those needs within the home. We have provided support to 22 kinship youth since July. We're still seeing many of our youth living with grandparents here in Richland County, or aunts, uncles, other people outside their biological parents. So that's been a huge need, and we're excited that we can use some of our grant funding to support those youth and families. We recently provided a winter slide activity art kit to Richland County Domestic Violence Shelter and then also to Wayfinders. Those kits were to help support the youth during the winter holiday and keep them engaged while they're living in the shelters over holiday break. Our youth advisory council that we started this past fall recently was able to design and decorate a room for the Deck the Halls Christmas event. That will be at Arc Empowerment Center. This event is providing toys to 800 Richland County youth. So that was really exciting. And I didn't bring any pictures, but to see these youth giving back to other youth when they're in the kind of the same circumstances was really wonderful. So that was exciting. Those toys were all purchased by Richland County Youth and Family Council, and I did all the shopping. And I don't want to go back to Walmart for a very long time. I am Walmarted out. They probably do want to see me come back though, because I had many carts. Anyway, that was wonderful with those kiddos. So we've also been working closely with different leaders in Richland County to kind of see how we can support our youth that may be seniors, that may be unaccompanied, and they're just trying to graduate. So how can we help them create a plan to get them graduated so that we're not getting them to their senior year and they're dropping off because they're housing insecure or they're living wherever. So we're kind of looking at that. We myself and Dan Barn will be meeting with William Barber here soon to talk about even any of his properties, if they'd be available, that Youth and Family Council could kind of help with that process. So that's just a work in progress. But there are talks and discussions being happening right now. So we are still, actually, we're completing a lot more lately, it seems. Richland County, as a reminder, Richland County Youth and Family Council is the only FCFC in the state of Ohio that has a contract with DYS to complete cans for all youth in all the counties that are going in incarceration or coming out of incarceration. They have 30 days left on their sentence. But this has been really helpful because it brings in quite a bit of income for the council. So we're still handling those. We've been notified that any county that holds the Strong Family Safe Communities grant could apply for an additional $11,666. Well, it was $35,000, but it was split between three different agencies. So Richland County would get $11,066. I am working on getting the 2025 RISE schedule finalized. Our 2024 RISE schedule and meetings were a huge success. We averaged 30 to 40 attendees for each meeting. And then I also wanted to share, I didn't type this out, I just wrote this on because I kind of just realized. I was nominated to be the secretary of the Ohio Family and Children First Council Association at the executive committee state level. And I found out that I got it, so I remember for that piece, so.
Good.
I've been in my position, I think, a year and 8 months now.
And you love it, right?
Yeah, I too, actually.
She had to say that. Because she did it.
So I'll be representing Richland County.
Wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you. All for now.
Okay. Steve.
Good morning. Thank you. Been an interesting couple of months here in the building department. We typically get an uptick in activity in the fall. Everybody starts trying to get things in the ground before things freeze, before the snow comes. So activity is looking a little better than where we were at earlier in the year. Our revenue still down over the past couple of years just because of the territory that we've lost. But numbers are looking up, from the large project numbers we look at in the county. From a housing standpoint, we will exceed the number of single family dwellings this year that were built last year. We don't have a lot of multifamily going on in the county. A lot of that primarily happens within the city. So, but again, activities ticking up here a little bit in the last quarter. And looking forward to next year. Not a lot of big projects that we know are coming on the horizon, but we know that people are looking at projects. Interest rates are coming down. Coincidentally, 2 of the single families that we have built or that we've got that are under construction, under inspection right now are speculative houses. So some of the builders are optimistic that, I mean, we haven't saw spec housing in a long time. So that's a little bit of a good sign. That the builders are optimistic that people are coming and people are buying. You know, a lot of these banks wouldn't even loan money for spec housing, let alone the builders that wanted to take the risk. Coming up next year, we'll have a retirement of one of the part-time employees in our department that's pending. And probably the early part of 26, we'll lose one of our longtime employees as well.
Maybe not. I've worked forever.
Depends on how hard we can twist the arm. But again, kind of what Lori's talking about, you know, we're looking at the same thing with some software. Because right now we do use technology, but we're still using, you know, the Microsoft Office products and our other applications. We're still using those kind of like a word processor. We have a database, but none of the workflow is automated, where that's really the next step, is to get some automation built in from fees and publishing and some transmittals and just how documents get pushed out. And we've gone through and we've got our eyes on some different products that are available. We're kind of in the hold pattern right now because there is some grant dollars that are going to be hopefully available soon from FEMA that will get implemented through the state EMA. We're kind of waiting for that announcement so we can see what that looks like. You know, we've talked with Andrew a little bit on procurement process, make sure that we're selecting properly, whether we have to do competitive selection, we can use sole source, whether we can use like a cooperative purchasing. So, and we also have to be aware of how those grant dollars are structured as well, because sometimes the grants require a competitive selection process. So we'll have to see what that timeline looks like.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
And I can't imagine what has changed.
What's that?
I can't imagine what has changed that people want to invest in housing.
It's looking better.
Yeah. What changed?
Exceed last year's number, so that's a good.
Kelly.
Yes. Reflecting on the year, it's been an extraordinarily busy one, but a very good one, I'm happy to say. And a big project, as you're all aware, with the personnel policy manual. Glad to have that mostly off our plate. We still have Andrew and I have some follow-up loose ends things we'll be discussing soon. And I know we owe some of you some direction on some clarification that was needed. So, but we're happy to have the bulk of that off our plate. I also wanted to mention real quick, the annual course of loss control incentive program in which we participate. I know all of you attend the training because it's mandatory, but I do appreciate you coming to those and to understand that that's really helpful for us. Every year, Corsa takes a look at their losses and what's trending in the insurance industry, and they determine what the incentive program will look like every year based on those things. And then they push that out to their member counties, and then that's what we need to comply with in order to achieve the incentive. And this year, again, we received 100% compliance with the incentive program and do that without everybody's participation and cooperation. So I wanted to report back on that and thank everyone for that. The biggest bulk of the year seemed to be negotiations. 8 contracts expired this year. And I'm thrilled to say that the last 3 were ratified yesterday, and I'll be presenting those for the board's approval today. So a little closer to the end of the year than I like, but the important thing is that they were ratified. And so that's a good outcome. So I'm glad to have those settled. And just the final thing is, I know generally when I'm working with each of you, it's not always about fun things, but how much I appreciate everyone's professionalism, and I'm honored to be able to work with such a fine group of folks. And of course, thanks to the commissioners for the support that you provide for myself and for everyone. We appreciate it.
Okay. All right, thank you. Carl, what questions might you have?
Well, the first question I had is how do I hit the unmute button? But
You hit unmute.
Oh, thank you. Well, it would take a University of Miami graduate or Miami University graduate to tell me that. So as I know you,
Because
as
the
an
OU
OU
grad
grad,
can't read it.
Are you gonna tell us the score of the game again?
it was 38-3 in case Tony has forgotten Ohio University pummeling his alma mater on Saturday. I'm
That
just
has
pointing that out.
forgotten a passive voice.
Um, all good reports. One of the questions I had is tell me more, Missy, about air conditioning in a dog kennel. Are there many county dog warden kennels out there that are air conditioned?
That I don't know for sure. I know, that there are some that do have it, and then there's several that don't have it. I know we've had the window units put in since when Dane was there, he started putting in the individual freestanding, air conditioning units in the kennels. But it is just something where it is unbearably hot in the summer, and that's been a request from several people coming into the facility and volunteers. So that is something that I think will be a huge improvement to the quality of life for the dogs that are staying with us.
What does that mean to a dog that's basically living there 24/7 in terms of its temperament and the ability for it to kind of be better behaved and enhance its adoption capability?
Well, I know I get real cranky when I'm hot. They're uncomfortable, so they're on edge, and they don't show very well because they're just lethargic, and it will definitely, anytime an animal's comfortable, they show better.
And Tony, I think you mentioned something about a cost. Any idea what this would cost to put central air in for the dog kennel?
We're a little hesitant to give you an exact cost, Carl. We're a little hesitant to give a cost at this time. We're gonna wait till the engineer comes through before we have a better estimate. We have a number in mind, but we just not comfortable saying yet until the engineer takes a look at it.
And would this be something coming out of capital funds that you guys are gonna deal with here at the end of the year?
Well, either the end of the year, I mean, we have the capital funding now, obviously pending approval, but yes, it would be paid for out of capital funds.
Okay, that's what I needed. Thank you all very much, and Merry Christmas.
Do they have anything else?
I just want to applaud this collection of leadership. I think
Yes.
second to none in the state. You guys are great. Thank you.
Okay, well, we appreciate you all very much and wish you a Merry Christmas.
Same to you.
Okay, it's 11:07 and we will stand in recess until 11:15.
I'd rather have the wastewater title.
I kind of like the new one.
You're freeing up something that isn't all that ready.
I'm with you, Amanda. Besides, I can't spell that word, whatever it was. Hey, it's 11:15 and I would ask for a motion to go into executive session for discipline at our day spring.
So move. Second.
Thanks.
So move.
For Banks,
Yes.
Commissioner Vero,
Yes.
Mears.
Okay. It is 11:21 and we are out of executive session and back in regular session. And we do have some action to take. Have we got a motion?
Yes, sir. Unfortunately, we do have to make these motions. This will be in one motion with three separate individuals. The first would be to motion to approve a 2-day suspension for Group 2 violation on one individual. Second would be a total of a 6-day suspension, 2 separate 3-day suspensions. Those would be for a Group 3 violation and a 5th party offense. And the last would be a termination of an individual effective Friday, December 13th, 2024, and that would be for a violation of a last chance agreement.
I'll second that motion.
Commissioner Banks,
Yes.
Commissioner Barrow,
Yes.
Commissioner Mears.
Okay.
I have one thing. Steve Risser asked on the way out to ask for permission to close his office Tuesday, December 17th from 4 for a Christmas party.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Banks,
Yes.
Commissioner Barrow,
Yes.
Commissioner Mears.
Yes.
Okay. Any other? Okay, it is 11:22 and we will stand recess and come back at 11:40 in executive session for sheriff union negotiations. Open us up. Let's get started. Get started here.
I think that's why she.
Hey, it's 11:40 and we are back in session and we have been joined by management staff of our sheriff's department. Captain Blunk, Captain Sweat, Captain Myers, Lieutenant Myers.
I'll take it.
And Major Massey. So it's 11:40 and Kelly's been here and she's now going to tell us what good news you have or.
Yes.
I don't think we even need to go into executive session, do?
Oh, yeah. Do we want?
But do we?
Well, you've been briefed, so I
Yeah.
don't know that it's necessary unless you
Okay.
really want to.
Get it over with.
Starting to take it personally.
All right, Kelly, just give us.
Okay.
As you should.
Right. So I'm happy to report that the FOP ratified the 3 remaining sheriff's office union contracts yesterday. And so they have an expiration date of 12/31 of this year. So that is good news. It's 3 different contracts. First contract covers corrections and clerical and technical employees. The increases there for corrections, 9%, 5%, and 3% over the 3 years. For the clerical and technical employees, 7%, 5%, and 3%. And just real quick, because I know the media asks, that covers 9 supervisors in the jail, 46 correction officers, and 6 civilian employees. The next contract covers deputies. Increases for deputies over the 3 years, 9%, 5%, and 3%. Covers 33 deputies we currently have working for the sheriff's office. And then third contract covers supervisors in law enforcement, a total of 11 individuals. There was no change in their wages because they have a rank differential. So the rank differential remained the same, which is 14% over deputies for sergeants and 10% over sergeants for lieutenants. Those contracts take effect January 1st, 2025 and expire December 31st of 2027.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Banks,
Yes.
Commissioner Barrow,
Yes.
Commissioner Mears.
Yes.
That be. Carl's not there.
No.
Okay. And that be, that's
On that one then.
you done.
I am
Hey, we're gonna get to eat finally.
standing between Commissioner Banks and lunch.
Thank you for all the work and Kelly especially for all the hard work of the 8 contracts this year and appreciate it.
Very much so.
Gentlemen, thanks for coming over and glad we got this done and thank you.
Thanks. Really appreciate it. For the sheriff's hall. Sheriff couldn't be here, he's at another meeting, for the fair range. Wanted me to let you know that.
Okay.
Like to point out that negotiations have been hard. I'll monitor on.
Yes, it's one of our new monitors for the jail, so I'm testing it out and.
Can I see it when we're done?
Yeah.
I'd like to see it.
Sure, yeah.
Just give me
I'd
one.
rather not take it off or the distress may go symbol or alert may go back to the jail. It's just basically, it looks like I'm on probation. but-
You want to
Okay,
read
so there's no readout on there.
No.
But everything's on.
We are now in recess, 11:44. When we will come back. Just. Good afternoon. It is 1:30 and the Board of Commissioners of Richland County are back in session. And it's the three commissioners, our administrator and our chief clerk, and I believe Carl Hunnell is on with us. And we're going to discuss the budget, how we finally got it balanced. And Tony, you want to bring people up to speed, including ourselves here? I know you and Stacy and Andrew worked on this very diligently, and let us know how we got where we're at right now.
Actually, Stacy did all the heavy lifting. So when we concluded on Tuesday, we believed we were balanced. And looking at numbers, long story short, we were not balanced. So Stacy, Andrew, and I had some conversations Tuesday evening about could we come up in revenue and conversations with the auditor and the treasurer. Not that we just want to come up for the sake of coming up. We wanted to stay conservative, but be realistic. And then were there some other ways to reduce requests without material or impacting requests? So one of the things we asked offices and departments to do was to resubmit their health insurance costs based off of employee plus spouse instead of family for new hires only. Okay, so obviously our biggest driver in that was jail, for example. They have a lot of employees. They expect to hire employees throughout the year, and when they submit their budget, which is fine, they submit for family coverage for the entire year. We know that's not realistic. We know they're not going to be fully staffed January 1st, and we know because they just have a large number of employees, there will be turnover. So we still felt it was being pretty conservative to say, hey, submit for your health insurance costs for your new hires based off an employee plus spouse, also knowing if a spouse has coverage, we have the mandatory spousal opt-out anyways. So there was a pretty significant savings on the jail side when they resubmitted their estimates. And we still think that's conservative. So that was a way we came up with some savings. And very fun, they're always fun conversations, particularly with our buddy, the treasurer. Bart and I had some back and forth. He agreed to increase his investment earnings, or what we call our total investments right there. He agreed to increase them by about $114,000. That brings us to 3.826267 for the year, for next year. Keep in mind, okay, we still think that is being quite conservative, that we are already over $4.1 million in interest earnings through October. And Pat hasn't officially even closed November yet. So we're already pretty well past that with 2 months to go. So we still feel that's pretty conservative. We aren't going to have as good as years next year. We just don't see it, but that's still being pretty conservative. And then also Pat agreed that he would come up in fees. He would not come up in local government, which him and I disagree about. Fun banter, of course.
It was mostly conveyance. He increased conveyance fees.
He did, within the fees portion there, he did agree to come up on conveyance, even though it's all in that bucket, to 7342038, which was $134,000, which was only 1.86% more than what we had in there. So basically the auditor and treasurer felt we could still be pretty conservative and come up about 248,000.
Mention your total on the total investments again.
So through October of 2024, we're already over $4.1 million.
Okay.
And I know we're more than that now, but until Pat officially closes out November and says the spreadsheet, that is what we have last been closed out to. We're already well past that. The system shows it. Pat just hasn't formally closed November.
Yes. And then what are we budgeting for 2025?
3.8.
I have 3.6.
No, Bart said he would come up to 3.826267.
Well, that's what you had said. And up there it says 3.838.
Yeah, I changed his to, or did I not change it? Hold on, let me come over here.
Yeah, there's the 3826 right there. That's what we are that's what we think we're gonna be for 20. That's where we are through 20.
He came up to, okay, so the
Right.
class, okay. so
Yeah, we're gonna come around 4.5 million this year. That's why 3.8 million for next year is still rather conservative. But you had that right figure in Stacy, the 386.
I did, but I didn't change it on the front page. I don't think.
Ah,
So what
Well,
is
it's only off about 14,000 on the front page or
each?
well,
I show Pat came up to 7.3. See how fun this is, Carl, with all these numbers going back and forth? I show we're at 7,342,03874 for fees. Go to your general revenues on the other tab. Yeah, 7,342,038, and then 3,262,667 on the total investments. You came up to 3,838. So you came up a little more. It's 3,826,267.
Well, it's because of the other line items. Remember, investments is more than just,
So you came up to 3,838,317. Okay, I mean, yeah, there's a little bit there in the other one.
so are you at the 46,092?
Well, I will be in a second. 3,838.
Yeah.
I'm at 46,095,871. So we're $3,000 difference. Let me see. 36,165, 25,6, 1650, 170, 7342, 3,800. Oh, you came down to eight.
Oh, the reimbursements, remember, EMA lowered their reimbursement.
Right. 800,
That's where,
321.58. Yeah, we are 100% matched now.
okay.
So that comes to 46,092. 642.4, which is about 3.2% increase
Over 24.
over 24.
Of
And what-
24 budgeted.
Of 24 budgeted, not collections. We need to be clear. Carl put that in his article. So if I look at that right, Stacy, you want to show that?
Bottom,
Yeah, where are we at?
get my mouse back.
I show we are balanced.
Yeah.
So, questions, thoughts, concerns?
Revenues minus expenses are $20,939.07,
Yes.
which is a balanced budget.
Correct. Andrew, Daryl, Carl.
Yeah, you said 46,092, and what was the last three digits?
Hold on. We're all over the place.
46,092, 642.40.
There you go.
Right, and that is 3.2% over what you budgeted, and I will stress the word budgeted in 2024, but about 3 million less than you actually expect to take in by the end of 2024. Is that correct?
So yes, and now you and I had a conversation off the record, but since you asked me on the record, and I think if the whole community of Richland County was here, number one, I think they would be pleased that we would come in better than anticipated than the opposite. But there's a couple things that factor into that. We base our revenue projections, as you can see, based off of what other office holders provide us or what other department heads provide us. So much so where Stacy even reduced our revenue $3,000 because the MA said, hey, we're gonna bring in $3,000 less. So we budget off of what our offices and departments provide us. And we do ask that they be a little conservative, what we call realistically conservative. I mean, one of the fun discussions I had with Bart, and it was fun there. I mean, we were just having a good conversation is, Bart said we were going to make $3 million in interest earnings for 2024. Now, I don't think anyone thought we would do this well, but we're going to make over 4.5 million in interest earnings. That's a 50%. He was 50% off to the good, right? So you want to be conservative, and you almost always want to budget off of your projected earnings and revenues. I don't know many places to go. We did so well and we did so much better. We're going to say that's what our revenues are going to be the next year. The budgeting process remains consistent for a reason. And so, yes, it is less than what we collected this year. But we believe it's realistic. It is a 3.2% increase off of what we approved last year. And let's not forget that sales tax is flat. And so it is, but yet we were pretty conservative in the sense that that's higher than Pat, I think, really wanted to go because of the concern about sales tax. So
looking around the state, quite a number of counties are year over year down in sales tax collection. So our revenue projections for next year from both the auditor and the treasurer are intentionally cautious, because that's a much better problem to have than to be too aggressive on revenue projections and then be forced to trim back appropriations mid-year.
Right, as you look at the different departments that you oversee, at least those among elected officials, do you feel like there's any elected official who's going to be upset that they didn't get the amount of funding that they sought?
I'm going to be careful because I don't want to speak for them. I think if there's one, I don't think all but one, I think is going to be pretty happy because for the most part, we fulfilled the requests also. I think the sheriff might be a little concerned with what we appropriated for the jail. But even with the contracts we approved today, we looked at actuals and projected even to the 13% range. They had submitted for more salary, but keep in mind they are budgeting fully staffed for the entire year. And even I think Captain Blunk and Sheriff Sheldon would say, look, we're not going to be fully staffed for the entire year. So while that number may look to be off, we still feel they'll still have more than enough salaries for everything they want to do. And look, if we get down to October, November and corrections is completely staffed and we're going to be a little short, that is the benefit of being conservative because we feel, okay, maybe we will be doing a little better than what we budgeted and we'll be able to appropriate more money. So we want the jail to be fully staffed. We anticipate the jail to eventually be fully staffed, but we know it won't be fully staffed come January 1 of 2025.
The other departments, other officials, at this point, they're pretty much getting what they had asked for in their budget requests, or?
Yes, sir.
Now, on that insurance thing you mentioned, when you asked them to budget for employee plus spouse rather than employee family, that doesn't mean that if someone gets hired that they can't include their entire family, correct?
Correct.
No.
Correct.
Okay.
That's just that's a budgeting way of doing it because number one, I think Tony mentioned that they're not going to be paying that out right from the beginning because people and it's only for the new people. We know what the people that are already working, we know what they have family or employee plus one or plus children, whatever. And this is just for the new people. And I'm sure there'll be a variety of all four different categories And it seems like a much more reasonable way to budget rather than to budget the highest amount. And this just makes it, I think it's a much better procedure.
We don't think anyone won't be able to meet their insurance line item obligations, right? But in the event that similar holds true, if for some reason someone is a little short, we know that another area might be overestimated. So we're very confident that there's enough money in the insurance line item. Again, we still think the jail insurance line item is high, looking at historical trends and whatnot. Because again, you're not fully staffed from the beginning of day one, and not everyone takes family as well. So
Yeah, that's purely a budgeting tool on paper. Any new hires would be entitled to elect their benefit
Yeah.
plan as appropriate for them.
I mean, some didn't even change, Carl, because they're not anticipating hiring anybody new, and they know their insurance levels. So there were many departments that didn't change, and Stacy could give you all those. But the change obviously was going to be in the jail because they're going to be hiring the most people.
And when you ask the departments to resubmit that with the change in the insurance line item, how big a difference was that in terms of the anticipated cost?
It was about a $600,000 savings in the jail alone.
About across all departments, or do you have that?
I mean,
I don't have
to
it.
go through. The
Okay.
big hitter was the jail, Carl.
The biggest one was
Okay.
the jail, because a couple went up, a couple went down.
Right.
Okay.
It really only realizes the benefit, Carl, for those departments that have many unfilled positions. And we really don't have that many of those other than at the jail. That's where most of the unfilled positions are at in the county.
And again, we know at the end of the day, salaries and insurance we have to pay. So this is no different than any other year. Some may be a little low, some may be, but I don't think we've had to bring any money in this. Well, we did for Common Pleas because of the paid lunches, but other than that, we've been, knock on wood, good in those areas. And we will be for 2025. And if not, we'll adjust accordingly. Which is another reason why you stay conservative, Honno.
Oh, how many folks are actually, how many openings do they have in the jail right now?
It's around 15, but call Captain Blanc. It could even change by the day. If you want that exact number, can you please call Captain Blanc? Aren't they staffed for low 60s and they're in the high to mid 40s right now? I just looked at it not that long ago, but get the exact number from Captain.
That's pretty close.
I think that sounds about right.
All right. I think that's all I had, guys. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Carl.
Do you want to approve it now or are we waiting?
Oh, do we want to just approve it?
Let's approve it.
Motion to approve the 2025 budget as presented.
Second.
Commissioner Banks?
Yes.
Commissioner Vero?
Yes.
Commissioner Mears?
Yes.
Do you want to approve the non-general funds or do you want to wait? Did you want to
I
look?
didn't see anything. The non-general funds looked all right. I'll make a motion to approve.
And I'll second.
Commissioner Banks?
Yes.
Commissioner Vero?
Yes.
Commissioner Mears?
Yes.
Well, Stacy, since it's been approved, could you send me the general fund budget and I'll just be able to throw the PDFs up with the story?
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We are meeting, next week to discuss all the carryovers and the project. Pardon me? The end of the year,
That'll probably be,
last meeting of the year,
the 31st.
the first. Okay.
Probably be when that'll happen.
Okay.
Because I don't think we're gonna meet the week of Christmas.
Sounds like a good idea.
I'll be out that week.
Now Cliff is gone and
I could be here. Robs doesn't have school. My schedule's open. If I left it open to be available for any meetings we needed.
but it'll probably be the 31st.
That'd be morning, huh? Because
Yes,
afternoon
in the
is-
morning.
Yeah. I'll be around that week until after Christmas.
But you'll be back, right?
Oh, yes, I'll be back.
So then we don't need to have any more scheduled budget meetings, correct?
Correct.
Okay, anything else we need to discuss?
Nope.
It is 1:50. We stand adjourned for